Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
Nestled on the banks of the Ohio River, the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. The scene tonight of the series opener, the Padres and the Reds. It's the first of 3 weekend series. The Padres' Justin Upton enjoys the friendly dimensions here. Look for him to add to his 12 home run total this weekend. And Todd Frazier, the Reds' all-star third baseman a year ago. He's hit 16 home runs this year, and he's been hot at home, hitting .337 for the season. As we welcome you to the Great American Ballpark in downtown Cincinnati, the San Diego Padres looking for a win tonight that will square their record on the year at 28-28 against the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds 23-29. And good evening, everyone. With Mark Grant, Dick Henberg, we're pleased that you've joined us. Should be an interesting and fun 3-game weekend series. On the mound, Tyson Ross tonight. Tyson has not won a game on the road, and yet all 6 starts, he's received only 3 or less runs.
Yeah, and that's out of his control. The one thing that Tyson Ross has to do tonight is limit the walks and hope he gets some support, because the right-hander has shown that he can pitch here in Cincinnati. Last year, May 15th, all he did was throw 7 innings, but look at only 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts, and a 6-1 win. This is a ballpark where the ball travels. If you elevate here, you can get hurt to all field. Doesn't matter if you're a lefty or a righty. But if Tyson can hit the corners and have the swing and miss slider tonight, these Reds are going to have difficulty for the big right-hander.
And he also had a complete game shutout against the Reds. He's 3-0 lifetime against Cincinnati. On the other hand, the Padres will have to keep the Reds off the bases. They lead the National League in stolen bases.
Yeah, and one of those guys in the lineup batting third tonight is Todd Frazier. This guy's your prototypical third baseman. He's got power. He can go to center field, to left field. He likes to dive across the plate to try to pull the baseball. But 11 for 22 the last homestand. This is a very hitter-friendly park, but Todd Frazier has proven that he can hit pretty much anywhere. And he's 3 for 6 off of Tyson Ross. That's one of the hitters in the lineup for the Reds that Tyson Ross will have to contain tonight in order to be successful against the Reds.
Well, we're set to go and have a little fun tonight. We're talking home runs. How about a home run derby for pitchers, for Padre pitchers? Go into the clubhouse and ask the pitchers themselves, who would they like to represent San Diego in a long ball contest? Chris Button with that fun story when we come back.
Padres and the Reds coming up. Tyson Ross looking to get his 3rd win of this season. And in honor of the All-Star game coming here later on this season, we thought we'd have a little fun with the guys in the clubhouse. That if there was a home run derby and they got to choose one Padre, but the stipulation was they had to choose a pitcher, who would they pick?
I'd say consistent basis would be Shields. He puts a lot of work into his hitting, and he takes a lot of pride in his hitting, and he's starting to feel pretty good about himself. And so it's only but 2 months into being in the National League, so I'm looking forward to him being a little humbled a little bit, just so he kind of stops talking. But I pick him.
I think on a good day, I think Shields, he gives us our best chance. He launches a couple up there. Some of the guys on a given day do launch them pretty well, but I think consistently on a given day is James.
Man, we got a few of them that we could throw in there. Shields being one, Cash, Tyson. I'd even put Kennedy in there. Out of all those guys, I'm gonna go with Tyson.
No, Tyson's more, because of the left shoulder separation. He's more geared to swing like this, and he's more right center.
Well, Ian Kennedy thought about it for a while. He got back to me. He says he changes his mind. Odrisamer Despaigne would be his pick. All joking aside, said after that one hit he got, he's gotten a little cocky. Coming up, Tyson Ross on the mound for the Padres as they look to continue this win streak. Make it 3 in a row from the Queen City. First pitch coming up from the Great American Ballpark.
And we're underway. We have to replay that a bit later. That was a nice little representation of what this weekend's all about. The Reds and the Padres. And a young man on the mound, 24-year-old John Muscat, just called up from the minor leagues, his major league debut, facing Will Venable. 1-1 the count. 4th rookie starting pitcher for Cincinnati this year. He was 7-1 at Louisville. And a foul back, 1-2. Grew up in Southern California, Pacific Palisades, went to Palisades Charter High School and Pepperdine University. Venable at 266. Is hit well here in Cincinnati. And a changeup. And Muscat has his first out, a strikeout. They'll probably save that ball for his trophy case. Look at the Padres lineup brought to you by Toyota. Venable, then Norris. Justin Upton and Matt Kemp, their usual spots. Yonder Alonso hits fifth. Middlebrook sixth. Then Corey Spangenberg and Alexi Amarista, a couple of left-handed bats, and Tyson Ross. Derek Norris checks in at 280. Still plenty of sunshine. Late nights here, middle of the summer as we approach it. Didn't get dark till well after 9 o'clock last night. 2-0 to Norris.
Well, one thing already for Muscat, I think he works quickly, and I like that. And no jitters, no butterflies at all, making short work of Will Venable.
6'4", 210. And there's a strike at the knees.
Hey, so this is an adjustment also, Dick, for the Padre hitters. They were all set for Iglesias. He went on the DL with an oblique injury, and now they have to make an adjustment. But the great ones adjust, and we will see how these Padres do tonight.
And another strike, 93 on the fastball, 2-2. To make room, Jason Marquis, the veteran right-hander, formerly with the Padres, sent on assignment. Raisel Iglesias, who was going to pitch on the 15-day disabled list. Muscat and Pedro Villarreal called up. Full count.
Let's take a closer look at John Muscat. It looks like he's comfortable out there. Comfortable throwing the fastball, slider, changeup, and curveball. Arm side run on that fastball, and he was number 14 prospect for the Reds in the minor leagues. That scouting report brought to you by our friends at Verizon Wireless.
3-2, misses outside, and the Padres have their first base runner. Strikeout of Venable, a walk to Norris, brings up Justin Upton. And we'll check the Reds defense for you. Schumacher, Hamilton, and Bruce in the outfield. That Hamilton can cover a lot of ground. He's as fast as anyone in the league. Around the horn, Frazier, Cozart, Phillips, and Vato. Barnhart behind the plate for Muscat. In his career here at the friendly confines of Great American Ballpark, he's hit over 300, and his season average is 300 as we begin play this weekend. Off speed for a strike. The Padres begin tonight only 4.5 games out of the lead. That's the closest they've been since May 15th.
Time to make some hay in Cincinnati. We mentioned it before, but the Reds below 500. One of the few times the Padres have played a team below 500.
Only the 9th game out of 56. Wow. By far the toughest schedule. That's 11 more games against winning teams or non-losing teams than the New York Yankees. Kemp would be next. 2 strikes on Upton. Up the middle, it gets through. Not hit hard, but perfectly directed. And Upton, just a little bit left in his swing. He'd already committed, had his hands back, able to punch that single to center field.
This looked like a breaking ball out of the hand of Muscat. And as you mentioned, Dick, foot is down and the body just drifts out in front. The hands back just enough to where he feels for that ball. Not really attacking, but he found the spot right up the middle.
Padres have enjoyed the first inning of games. They've scored more runs in the first inning than any of the other 8, 40 runs. When they get off to a start, a run in the first inning, they're 19-6. And they score first. Matt Kemp. Strike 1, 92.
Muscat's getting the corners. That's about a ball's width outside. Just take a look at the leaders in MLB. Talking about that first inning, Dick, there it is.
Most in the National League, 3rd in the major leagues. Runs scored in the opening panel.
How nice would it be to see Matt Kemp bust out here in Cincinnati?
It's been his favorite ballpark on the road. Another strike. Hitting .322 lifetime here in Cincinnati. 11 home runs. Played on tonight is Paul Nart. So 2 strikes on Kemp, 2 on, 1 out here in the first. Ooh, almost got by Barnhart.
Yeah, Barnhart wanted that ball in. I mean, bury it inside, and he missed down. Tough ball for the Cincinnati Red catcher to handle.
Yonder Alonso would be next. Ground ball right side and through. Norris around third and will hold. Bruce has a terrific arm, and wisely Glenn Hoffman holds the runner. So the bases are loaded. A couple of singles, not exactly crushed, but well aimed.
Hey, if that's the way it's going to be, so be it. Who says you have to hit it on the sweet spot? Matt Kemp stays on the breaking ball, a little fooled. And once again, like Upton kept the hands back just enough, Matt keeps the hands back. Inside out that ball, the inside part of the baseball for the single.
Norris stops at third, Upton at second, Kemp at first. And Alonso. Padres welcomed him back in the homestand against the Mets, and he's delivered immediately. His average the best of any Padre. Not quite 100 at bats as yet. Off speed, ball 1. Alonso had terrific batting practice watching him. He's pumping one ball after another into those right field seats.
You know, he's seeing the ball very well out of the pitcher's hands. It's very crucial for any hitter to have success. It's in a good situation here for the Padres to get on the board.
Ball 2.
And even a walk would be nice. That's 7 walks in his rehab assignment as Will Middlebrooks waits on deck.
20th pitch of the inning for young John Moscott. John Solomon Moscott. Bright sunshine out there in center field as yet. 7:15, just after 7:15 here in Ohio. Ball 3, and now Moscott has to throw a strike or the Padres score a run. And catcher Barnhart's going to go out and try to settle down the young right-hander.
I never liked to visit 3-0. You know, the guy knows what he's up against right now.
Yeah.
He's struggling. You know, maybe 1-0, maybe 2-0, but 3-0. That's kind of like icing the kicker, isn't it? Icing the free throw shooter.
Yeah, making him think all the more about the situation. Hey, it's not good. Bases loaded, 3-0. Now, if you're Bud Black, do you give the green light to Alonso?
I would say no.
It's 3-1. He'll be swinging now. Infield set for 2. Cozart at short, Phillips at second. Equidistant from the bag. Strike 2. Ooh. That was a generous call. That ball off the plate.
Paul Nart, both sides of the plate, has been given a ball's width off the plate. Hopefully it's like that for Tyson Ross.
That's a wide strike zone so far. So now 3-2. That's too wide. Ball 4, and the Padres gifted a run. Norris checks in. Everyone moves up 90. Upton over to third. Kemp to second. And Alonso credited with his 12th RBI at first.
Good plate appearance there by Yonder. Not getting too froggy. Bases loaded. Very susceptible at times for hitters in general to jump at bad pitches because they want those RBIs. Very patient.
Pitching coach Jeff Pico out to talk with young Muscat. Will Middlebrooks is the hitter. So Alonso, without swinging the bat, picks up an RBI. Middlebrooks second to Upton in home runs with 7. Padre over every pillow here in the first with a run home. Starts him with a breaking ball, a slider.
Yeah, nice slider.
He has both a slider and a curveball. As we've seen so far, the fastball topping out at 93. One and one.
Well, one thing is for sure, in the short time we've seen Muscat, he tries to keep the ball low. That's for sure. If he's missing low. Brian Price, former pitcher himself, watching his rookie right-hander.
High fly ball, fairly deep. This should get another run home. Hamilton backs off, makes the catch. Kemp bluffs. Upton scores. It's 2-0. Middlebrooks with his 25th RBI. And those walks paying off for the Padres early. Let's take a look at the keys to the game tonight, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
Now, remember, ladies and gentlemen, this was before the game started. It has nothing to do with the first inning. Rattle the rookie. We had Iglesias starting the game. Then we got word late that it was Muscat. So you got to rattle the rookie. And then keep Hamilton off base. Interesting lineup. Hamilton is batting 9th with the pitcher heading 8th. But still, big key. Keep Billy Hamilton off the bases. He is a speedster.
Leading the major leagues in stolen bases, or the National League. Lee Gordon over in the American League. Corey Spangenberg, a .239 hitter, a couple of home runs. First and second, 2 outs, 2 in. Spangenberg going for the high sock look.
Yeah, I love that. Going old school with the traditional stirrups. Gotta love it. It adds to the frustration when Muscat is not on the same page with Barnhart behind the dish. A lot of shaking going on. A whole lot of shaking going on.
And see where you're going with that. You're not dancing there.
Yeah.
2-0.
Hopefully the Padres are dancing on the base paths tonight.
So far, that home plate has been dancing for Muscat.
That's a good one.
And the Padres, with a couple of singles, a couple of walks, have scored 2. Ball, strike, a late call by Nart. 2-1.
Tell you what, with that strike zone, give me a glove and a baseball. I don't know if I can break 80 right now, but I'll go out there with that strike zone.
30th pitch of this first inning. That's too far outside. 3-1. You doing raising your right arm like that?
I was being sarcastic.
Amarista, number 8 hitter, on deck.
Once again, got to be patient here. 3-1. Runner in scoring position. You want to get that run home, but hey, nothing wrong with passing it along to Alexi Amarista waiting on deck to load him back up.
Ball 4. Bases are loaded again. Third walk from Muscat. Yeah, showing his nerves. Wants to talk with his catcher Barnhart. So 2 runs home, 3 men aboard. Alexi Amarista with a chance to give the Padres a sizable early lead.
Also the visit from the catcher Barnhart. Also a visit from Votto And another reason why the 2 visits, getting somebody up in that bullpen, a little beehive. They're on the phone in the dugout to the bullpen. Padres need a hit here.
Amarista with 11 runs batted in. And ball 1. 24-year-old Mascot scuffling here in the first inning.
You know, I know Billy Hamilton in center field's got speed, but he is really playing shallow. I mean, if Alexi gets one and splits a gap, it's going to go to the wall.
Too low, 2-0. In this situation, Amarista, you got to make him throw a strike.
Absolutely.
And there is a strike at the knees, 2-1.
I think a good word for this first inning, Dick, would be patience. Padre hitter is showing some patience there.
Burke Badenhop is first up in the Reds bullpen. Out of play.
What's the old saying? Patience is a virtue.
Absolutely. Trouble is, can you exercise it? Huh? Well, they have a little trouble with that.
Yeah.
So 2 in, 2-2, Amarista. Bases full.
I'm guessing something off speed. Once again, a lot of shaking off, stepping off.
35 pitch inning for Mascot. Ground ball foul.
That was a pitch he could have done some damage with. Hanging breaking ball inside, just out in front of it a little bit.
Lifted on the infield, and Phillips, the second baseman, squeezes the final out. So the Padres, the generosity from Mascot, get a couple of runs and an early 2-0 lead. Yesterday, photographers there at Petco Park and at the airport, San Diego, in the locker room. Pretty handsome guys, aren't they? The GQ look. Well dressed. Manager in the coach's seat, that first seat just inside the door on the right. An impressive group of 25 men. The United Charter flight from San Diego.
And we want to thank Andy Haight, the photographer there. Some great shots, giving the people a taste of what goes on when you hit the road.
You notice they didn't show any of the media or broadcasters at all.
Which is a good thing.
All right, let's check the Cincinnati Reds lineup that will face Tyson Ross, brought to you by Hyundai. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto, Todd Frazier, familiar names there. Jay Bruce in the cleanup spot. Shortstop Zach Cozart, Skip Schumacher, well-traveled utility, infield, outfield man, Tucker Barnhart. Behind the plate, John Moscott hitting 8th, and Billy Hamilton, the speedster, 9th. Brandon Phillips, in the last 4 games, 10 for 20. He has been swinging a very hot bat. And even when he's made an out, he's crushed the ball. He's the second best National League hitter at night. Not quite night yet. 358 under the lights so far this year. Quick 2-strike lead for Tyson Ross. Swing and a miss, and Brandon Phillips, the second toughest man in the league to strike out, goes down quickly. 3 pitches.
Yeah, that's an uno dos adios for Tyson Ross. And the scouting report for Tyson Ross is brought to you by Montalvo. Strike 1, strike 2, and then expand the zone. Look at that. I made that up 2 hours ago. And that's exactly what happened with Brandon Phillips. And maintain the consistent arm slot for Tyson Ross. If he gets a little bit too high up top, things can be off a little bit.
Joey Votto, another strike.
I'm actually shocked, Professor, that I got a scouting report right out of the gate.
1-1. Votto, the National League most valuable player 5 years ago. He's hitting .286 this season. Shift is on. Ball inside. Fastball tailing. The Reds last year finished with the same record as the Padres, 76 and 86, and in part because of key injuries. Phillips, the second baseman, Votto played in only 62 games, and Ross falls behind 3-1.
Now it's a 3-1 hitters count. Will Middlebrooks is short. Third base side moves way over and deeper.
And the count goes full to Votto, who walks a lot, 29 times this year. And he walks again. Well, that was the downfall of young John Moscott. And back comes Ross, who has walked more than his share with a 1-out walk. As we check the Padres defense, brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Upton in left, Kemp in right, and Venable patrol center. Middlebrooks and Amarista. There's that Lexi at shortstop, Spanchenberg at second, Alonso at first, and Norris behind the plate for Tyson Ross. Todd Frazier leads the team in home runs and RBIs. And while Votto isn't known for his speed, he'll steal you a base. Ross has allowed 21 stolen bases this year. Slider in there.
Good breaking ball. Votto 5 bags this year. This team will run a lot. They're first in the National League in stolen bases, mainly because of, as Dick mentioned before, Billy Hamilton. He's got 23.
54 total for the team. That actually leads the major leagues. Way off the mark. 1-1.
Todd Frazier likes to dive the outside part of the plate and pull that baseball. He'll use center field, left center field.
High drive center field. Venable into the sunshine to make the catch, tagging Votto, and he will hold at first. 2 away. So you walk and you're flirting with danger. And Tyson Ross, of his walks this year, 9 have come around to score. That's very close to the most. Tillman of Baltimore, 10 walks have become runs.
Yeah, 32 walks this year, and Mikey 33 now with the walk to Votto. So that comes out to about 28% coming around to score. But we know that Tyson has got the stuff to where if that happens, he can leave him stranded. Last year he was so good, they didn't come around to score a lot. Didn't have a lot of walks as well.
Right fielder Jay Bruce takes over, but low. 95 on that fastball. It's interesting, in the starting lineup tonight, three Reds have the exact 222 batting average. That's hard to do this late in the season. Bruce at 222. Billy Hamilton at 222. And Skip Schumacher hitting 222. And now 3-0. Against right-handed pitching this year, Cincinnati hitting just 236.
Tyson, after that last pitch, he grabbed some dirt on the mound and threw it towards third base. Very, very frustrated, going 3-0. Here to Jay Bruce.
Foul ball pass first. Alonso right there in the bag. So they give Bruce a chance to swing 3-0, a swing that could tie the game. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow's game, an unusual time, 4 o'clock start here in Cincinnati. We'll be on there at 12:30 here, Fox Sports San Diego, and Bud Black has flip-flopped his starting pitchers. 3-1. High fly ball, angling Middlebrooks. Upton coming in from left field, and he runs it down. Nothing for the Reds in the first. The Padres lead it 2-0.
His left wrist. Will Myers took batting practice earlier today. About 40 hits out on the field, an extra 25 in the cage. So some good news, no pain for him. So here's how the schedule maps out for Myers. He's going to take batting practice again tomorrow. And if there's still no pain, they're going to fly him to Vegas, and he will meet up with the El Paso Chihuahuas to begin a rehab assignment about 3 days there, and then could be ready to return. Bud Black does not think that he will need very long to get readjusted. He has sat in on bullpens looking at pitches and has been pretty good about his rehab and keeping his eyesight good. So Will doesn't think it will take long either before he's ready to rejoin the team, Dick.
Well, of course, that'll be great to add him to that lineup. He certainly is the energizer. 2-1 to Ross. Tyson in batting practice hit one very far, almost to the aisle in the upper deck. Talk about the home run derby for pitchers.
Opposite field pop as well for Tyson.
And the count full. As Moscot again having trouble with his control. He walked a couple in the first inning and actually walked 3 and a couple of runs scoring. Ross, then Venable and Norris for the Padres. They open the 7-game road trip, 3 here and then 4 Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Atlanta. Off first, and that'll make it into the crowd behind the Reds dugout.
Oh my. People diving all over the place down there to try to get that foul ball.
Like a coyote going after a pork chop there.
Tyson Ross hanging tough. Hey, Moscot throwing him a couple of breaking balls as we take a look at that. I remember the Reds on St. Patrick's Day in spring training used to wear the green letters on the jerseys.
Strike 3 called. Second strikeout for Moscot. Padres having a good time all around, huh?
Earlier today, the coaches get in the cage. Alonzo Powell going yard. How about Marcotte from the left side? Still has the sweet stroke. Buddy Black flipping it up there from the left side, and Jose Valentin trying to go a la calle.
But Black having as much fun as anyone.
Oh, and he just missed. Buddy's trying to cut that fastball in on the righties. Still has that competitive edge.
Venable takes strike 1. He struck out opening the ball game. 301 against the Reds in his career. 35 games, 1-1. Change up, check swing, 2-1.
He's picked up the pace, hasn't he, Moscot? He is getting that ball and getting right back up on that rubber. Jeff Pico had a talk with him in between innings, the pitching coach for the Reds. I say shoot, rock, fire, Professor. Get it and go. My philosophy was this. Do it quickly, because whether you're doing poorly or doing great out there, you want to get it done quickly.
Full count again. He went full on Ross before striking him out looking. That's 50 pitches for 4 outs.
Yeah, this is when the guys in the bullpen start getting that arm loose. They know that they're going to be in the ballgame.
That ball drilled to deep right center field. It's way back, and it is gone. Venable will touch them all. Number 4 for Will. And the Padres lead 3-0. Boy, that's a line shot to right center.
3-2 count. Breaking ball. Tries to backdoor it, and Will Venable. It speeds up the left-hander's bat. Oh, that's got sweet spot written all over it. Nice.
5 rows back in right center. Eric Norris swing and a miss. With Myers out of the lineup, Venable has done a yeoman's job of filling in.
Absolutely. More reps, more at-bats, seeing pitches.
Norris pops it up behind the plate. Barnhart mask off. 2 away. Upton singled and scored in the first.
So Will Venable, after he was the first victim for Moscot, he says, okay, you're going to punch me out for your first major league strikeout? I'll show you. And he hits the home run.
Measured at 387 feet.
Will Venable saying, stop the clock, stop the clock. Strikeout? I'll take that hanging breaking ball out of the yard.
42 games against Cincinnati, hitting 306. Upton takes ball 1. Ooh, just missed it. Pop fly in a shallow center that Phillips wants and collects for the out. But the Padres add a run. Will Venable stroking one to deep right center. Number 4 for Venable. And the Padres have a 3-0 lead. Well, you guys keep abreast of all the action there, and we'll give the fans all the party information.
How come those guys have all the fun?
Yeah, I know. So
this isn't work, though. We're having a blast.
Hey, if you're watching baseball, and it's best to be at the park.
Right.
But, you know, if you can, you got to tilt the kilt, yeah. Matt. Zach Cozart, former Ole Miss star, is the leadoff hitter, and the ground ball into the hole. Tough play for Amarista. His long throw, and Alonso can't come up with it. So here's the information. They're going to have 3 more parties there at the Tilted Kilt, July 31st, August 14th, September 18th. You don't have to be Irish to enjoy the action. Party starts with a pregame show and giving away prizes and giveaways. Get to meet Mike and Mark. How about that? Food special for those who follow Fox Sports San Diego on Twitter, and sponsored in part by Montalvo.
Great atmosphere, a lot of fun, a lot of buzz, especially when there's a ball game going on right next to Petco Park.
Yeah, you folks have a good time out there. We're thinking about you.
Yeah. I think that last play, Dick, Yonder Alonso wanted to really scoop that one out and was able to scoop that one out. After he didn't come up with it, kind of slapped his glove as almost to say, gosh, I should have had that one.
Yeah, it would have been out, but credit Cozart with a base hit. Schumacher, the batter. 1-1.
First of all, a nice play by Alexi. And then on the run, sure, it's a short hop. And Yonder, after that one, he goes, man, I should have had that one possibly.
I wonder why Alexi doesn't brace and throw instead of continuing to run and throw away from his body. He got it there in time. Mm-hmm. It wasn't a perfect throw. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Another of the 222 hitters in the Reds lineup tonight. Schumacher. Been a useful player around the league. Cardinals, Dodgers, Reds now. Out of there. Second strikeout. Caught him looking on a off speed curveball. Or slider.
Yeah, backdoor slider. Good call. Sharp break. He gave up on it. That's perfect location on that.
Brings up Tucker Barnhart, switch hitting catcher. He's done all his damage left-handed. Runner goes, and a ball chopped. Amarista on the run, throws him out. The shift was on, and Amarista playing almost behind second base. So what might have been a very difficult play in a normal alignment, pretty easy for the Padres shortstop. 2 away. Bring up the pitcher now, John Moscott. And our T-Mobile game changer tonight. And it features Tyson Ross against the Reds. A record of 3-0 and an ERA, a minuscule 0.72.
Yeah, he's got the Reds hitters shaking their heads when they know that Tyson Ross is going to be on the hill against them. He definitely will change their game. See where I'm going there, Professor?
Yeah. He is the game changer for that team in the red outfits. Moscott takes a big cut. We see another Southern California rookie right-hander, Michael Lawrenson, tomorrow night. He played Cal State Fullerton, was an outfielder and a pitcher. Sense that Moscott and Lawrenson can hit the ball. That's a good look back. Cozart was way off second base. With 2 outs, it's not as damaging to steal third, but with the Ross's slider sometimes in the dirt, you don't want that runner over 90 feet away.
Nice block. That him blocking those pitches, Dick, in the dirt for all the pitching staff, that just creates so much more confidence in a pitcher to when you have 2 strikes or when you need to throw the breaking ball down. Hey, get it down there. Derek Norris says it. I'll block it. Just worry about getting it down there.
If you're just joining us, that's right. Moscott is hitting 8th, the pitcher, and Billy Hamilton 9th. Amarista ducking in behind Cozart. The Reds had never done that until just this month. Brian Price employing that technique. They'd gone back to 1933 the last time. Fouled at the plate, 1-2. And we talked about Black before the game about, will you use that system occasionally, bat your pitcher 8th? He said, yeah, maybe in a few games where, let's say you have an injury or have a pitcher that is tired and you figure he's only going to give you 4 or 5 innings, then put him up earlier because then you can pinch hit for him.
Sure.
Sometimes you just miss by 1 man when he's hitting 9.
That's right. Well, in this situation, if Tyson Ross gets him out here, Billy Hamilton will act as the leadoff hitter next inning for the Reds. So you've got speed in the number 9 spot.
Fly ball, shallow and right. Venable calling in right center for the out. And we've completed 2 of the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati. The solo home run by Venable in the second for a 3-0 lead. Matt Kemp leads off the third. And let's check our cold hard facts, brought to you by Clean, Crisp, Coors Light. Highest career OPS, on base plus slugging, against the Reds. There's Matt Kemp in the 4th spot, over 1,000.
Well, you got to love that. There are certain ballparks to where you can get hitters right. Dick, we talk about it all the time when we go into Colorado, when we come into venues like this here where the ball jumps. The problem is, I shouldn't say problem, the thing that the hitter has to do, though, is stay within himself and not try to overswing as you take a look at the dimensions here. And some pitchers will call this place the not-so-great American ballpark because the way the ball flies.
And that left field area, it doesn't span out, circle out, bend out like most ballparks. It almost straight across. So the power alley is only 379, and that's deep into left center. That's a pretty easy shot. Only 370 to right, where Venable hit his home. Kemp takes strike one. Grounded a single to right field his first time. They do not shift on Kemp. .40 games, .322 batting average, 11 home runs. Again, pitcher catcher not on the same page. Moscott didn't like the signal sent out by Barnhart. Let's see what he has for him here.
Fastball in.
Strike three called. Kemp knew it. Third strikeout for Moscott. It's time now for the Saquon Pick the Stick. You fans can decide who you're with by tweeting out hashtag I'm with and the last name of the broadcaster you think that has the best pick tonight. If you're right, you could win a free foursome of golf at the Saquon Golf Resort. Took Upton, Grant with Norris, Alonso as Pomerantz's pick, Sweeney likes Kemp, and Chris Budden, but far and away the leader of the pack, chooses Venable. And what does Venable do?
The rich get richer.
She had last pick. Gets the man who hits the home run. Alonso with the ground ball to Votto. Toss to the pitcher covering. And there's two away. And let's check in with Chris Budden. Chris.
Thanks, Dick. Well, Bud Black told us earlier today that they found out about the pitching change early this afternoon when the Reds contacted them. But they said nowadays, in the age of video, it's everywhere. It's really not that hard to find out and scout a pitcher. Of course, Bud said, nothing beats the real thing once you see him for the first time, and you can tell after the first at-bats, all the guys were going to each other talking about what they saw, but a lot different from years past.
That ball hit well by Middlebrooks to right field. A long run for Hamilton, and Middlebrooks will touch them all. Goes the opposite way to right center field for number 8. He jolted that one, and the ballpark does not hold that home run swing, and Middlebrooks has his 8th home run of the year, and it's 4-0 San Diego.
Moscott tries to go down and away. It leaks, and I tell you, when a hitter stays behind the ball, lets it travel a little bit, it takes it right up the gut. That ball off the bat, slicing a little bit. Even the speed of Hamilton can't catch that one. That's a good-looking swing.
Brings up Spangenberg. Middlebrooks with a couple of RBIs tonight. He had the sacrifice fly the last time.
On the fastball. That's what these big league hitters like to hit, the fastball. When you get a fat one, you throw that head of that shillelagh and you make good contact, it is going to go. That's exactly what Will Middlebrooks did. Crushed the mistake.
Check swing, foul ball. So Middlebrooks has now hit safely in the last 5 games. And the Padres extend to 4-0. Spangenberg walked his first time. In the dirt and all the way to the screen.
See Barnhart before that pitch. He was tapping his glove on the ground, telling Moscott, hey, bounce it. Counts in your favor. And that's exactly what he did. How about the first pitch fastball swung on by Will Middlebrooks? Nicely done.
right center field, and Bruce has a beat on it. Hamilton calls him off and makes the catch. But the Padres get another solo home run. Will Middlebrooks crushes one to right center. And after 2.5 here in Cincinnati, it's the Padres in front 4-0. Team, a Ram Trucks tools of the trade, focuses on Billy Hamilton's speed and how quickly he can move 90 feet first to second.
Yeah, did you see that? He got up to 20.2 miles an hour.
Gonna have to hurry with this speed, and Ross off balance. One hops it, and he's out of there. He looked like an old-fashioned T formation quarterback rolling out and throwing the jump pass.
This is a great play. This is not an easy play. You've got Billy Hamilton, who we just talked about. He can pick him up and put him down with the best of them. Tyson Ross has to go to his right. One swift move, glove, one easy hop at the belt buckle for Yonder Alonso. Say, put that on the highlight reel.
Yeah. If he misfires there, that ball's down in the right field corner, and Hamilton's running from here to Akron. So one away. Brandon Phillips, the leadoff man, struck out swinging the first time. Ball one. 91 on the fastball. 10 for 20 in the last 4 games. That's some good hitting.
Yeah, Todd Frazier had a nice series in Philly.
Third baseman Middlebrooks can't get that one. He drives it through the hole for the second Cincinnati hit off Tyson Ross.
So key, keeping Hamilton off base, and credit Tyson Ross for helping his own cause.
Joey Votto walked his first at bat. We mentioned earlier in the telecast that Tyson Ross has started 6 times on the road, no wins, and at no time did his teammates score more than 3 runs. Well, they have tonight.
So if Tyson doesn't make that play against Hamilton, you got first and second. You've got Votto up at the plate. You've got the big boys coming up. And Todd Frazier waiting on deck.
32-year-old Votto from Toronto, Canada. The shift is on, even with a man aboard. Only Middlebrooks midway between second and third on the left side. Mighty swing and a miss.
Boy, that action on that pitch was really funky. At 91. Really tough to tell what that was out of the hand of Tyson Ross. As you know, the swing for Joey Votto, it looks like a changeup type of swing.
It was 91 miles an hour on the pitch. Phillips at first base has 169 career steals. He's 8 for 8 this year. One and two to Votto. Chokes up on the bat.
Really a difficult at bat here for Votto. Bad hack on that one funky pitch out of the hand, and that one there off the end of the bat. Tyson Ross really disrupting the timing nicely of Joey Votto.
One out and Phillips at first base. 4-0 here in the third. Padres. Another foul in his kitchen again.
Votto may have gotten that one off the ankle. He's not happy about that swing and the result of that swing, getting that baseball off the foot or the ankle.
He's up even farther on the handle. Backs him off with a fastball 93.
Looks like Votto's really up on the plate. You see his feet to that chalk line, but yet Tyson Ross not afraid to throw it in there with the two-seamer. Looks like he just missed with that two-seam fastball.
His chin is right over the inside line.
And he's going to counter, it looks like, with a slider down and in at that back foot.
Did he go? No, says third base umpire Dana DeMuth. What an awkward.
I'll tell you, if he hits that ball, it ends up in the Ohio. I think he went on that. I most definitely thought he went.
It was such an awkward cut
that
it was tough to judge for DeMuth.
I think it's also tough for the umpires when a hitter has a black bat, because they really can't see the bat that well.
Runner goes 3-2. That ball was called a ball. The pitch is there, and Derek Norris with a tag. Oh, it's ball 4. Excuse me. Ball 4. So Phillips pulls up. He would have been out. So a walk again for Votto. That pitch looked like it was really in there.
It was close.
But with the runner going and Norris jumping up in front of the umpire, he may have blocked him. So Todd Frazier comes up with 2 on. Most home runs this season, just 2 behind the leader, Bryce Harper. Votto, especially base on balls, 31 walks already this year. That sets the table for Frazier. Fly to center his first time.
You know, earlier in the game, he was calling that a strike. So the revolving strike zone. It's been both ways, though. I will say that. It's been both ways. And you know what? That is a ball. So I stand corrected.
Infield looking for 2. That just missed. Low and away. 2-0.
Boy, if Tyson Ross can keep Todd Frazier quiet. 1 for 15 on the road trip. Last road trip for the Reds. Got him to pop up his first at bat.
Loves hitting in this ballpark, Frazier. 94 fastball.
And great location down and away. See, that's that pitch, Todd Frazier. I mentioned the first at bat. He'll try to go out and dive outer half and try to yank that ball to left center field. Watch him as he eyes that ball down away. He'll try to go down there and get it. Opens up a little bit, out front just a little bit. I think he was cheating on that because that's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Maybe 3, maybe.
Runners go. Throw to third. Out. Quick slap tag by Middlebrooks, and Phillips gunned down, and there's Derek Norris at it again. Leads the National League in throwing out runners, and he's got another, his 18th scalp this year.
Well, what a great technique. I mean, everything on that play. As we start, him catching the ball, working behind Frazier, and then quick slack tag right on the shoulder by Will Middlebrooks. And Dana DeMuth all over it. Beautiful play all the way around.
Votto moves to second, but now 2 outs, and the count 2-2 on Frazier.
Did you see how quickly Norris got up in back of Frazier and up top to throw that ball to third base? It was just a beautiful play.
He's got terrific feet. Soft fly ball. That's going to be trouble. Here comes Kemp, and he makes a somersaulting circus catch. Oh my, Matt Kemp! How in the world did he get there? That ball appeared to be a sure bloop single for Frazier, and Kemp was not going to let it happen. And the Padres retain their lead 4-0. I guess you are on top of the world when you make a big play like Matt Kemp's. How did he get there? A broken bat, bloop. And wouldn't you know it, the Romanian judge gave him only an 8.5.
Typical.
Well, listen, he didn't finish that second round somersault. If he'd have come up on his feet, hit it cleanly, that's a 10.
You know what I'm giving him? I'm giving him an 11. I'm going Spinal Tap. He's going 11. You think 10's the loudest? No. That was an 11 play for Matt Kemp.
And how about all those offseason doubters about Kemp's defensive ability?
He's been outstanding.
He certainly has. Amarista leads off, sends a high fly ball back to shortstop. Left fielder Schumacher comes in to make the play. 1 out. Amarista popped up his first time as well.
First of all, I thought there was going to be a collision. I was holding my breath because Corey Spangenberg was going out. Matt Kemp coming in. It's plays like that that cause a collision, but that was not the case. Wow.
Because there's not a lot of time to call for it. You're not quite sure, but maybe he was certain he was going to get there. Ross struck out looking his first time, and that's a strike at the knees. Control was a problem for young John Moscott early, but he settled down now. And Ross trying to bunt his way aboard. 0-2.
We mentioned that Bud Black has switched his starting pitchers for the next 2 games. Andrew Kastner is going to be moved up to tomorrow's start, and Odrisamer Despaigne will pitch on Sunday. That keeps Kastner on the 5-day rotation because of the off-day travel yesterday, and Bud Black wants to keep him there. And Despaigne just seems like with that rubber arm of his, it doesn't really matter quite as much. He's been in and out of the bullpen, starter and long reliever. Outside, 2-2.
There's the big right-hander.
He'll be shooting for his 3rd win tomorrow.
Hey, I guess congratulations should go out to Tyson Ross. His little brother Joe's going to be making his major league debut with the Nationals.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
3-2. Joe, the prime prospect and draft pick of the Padres, but was involved in the trade that ultimately got Will Myers to San Diego. Ground ball to 3rd. Easy play there for Frazier. Ross hustling, but he's out. 2 great. 2 gone, and Will Venable, the leadoff man, steps up. Well, on the season, as we are into our 56th game, starters with a 4.04 ERA. Bullpen a little high for Bud Black and Darren Balsley. Usually that's down in the 2s or better. Batting average is up certainly from a year ago, and the runs per game significantly up, almost 2 runs per game better than last year at this time. Venable giving Ross a chance to get back in the dugout. Will take a little extra time before settling in. Struck out in the 1st. Sent a home run into the right center field bleachers. A solo shot, his 4th, the last time up. And here it is, well struck, 387 feet.
Backdoor breaking ball, and Will was all over it. I love the reception of the teammates and coaches when the guy hits a home run or does something well.
1-1, 94 on that fastball. Well, Scott even picking up velocity as the game has progressed. Shortstop Cozart. Across to Bato, and the Padres for the first time tonight go in order. Middle of the 4th, 4-0. Tyson Ross and the Padres. San Diego Lexus dealer. By Petco, what we feed them matters. And by Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. No phony sales, just pure value. That's right, a light shower, although there's blue sky all around. A little cell dropping some precipitation.
I think it's just a little cell outside Cincinnati around this area, Dick, so nothing really that intense.
Just enough to settle the dust.
There you go.
Middle three of the Reds order: Bruce, Cozart, and Schumacher to face Tyson Ross in the fourth. Padres in front, 4-0. A couple of solo home runs to spice up things for the offense. Venable and Middlebrooks with home runs. Bruce flying to left his first time. Two singles and 2 walks given up by Ross so far.
Slider, nice. 85, great tilt. He's got the arm action working. He's got the arm slot working.
Ground ball sharply but foul. So tomorrow our TV time here on Fox Sports San Diego, 12:30. Cashner against Michael Lorenzen, former Cal State Fullerton star. Hope you'll join us. Swing and a miss. And Bruce goes down on that slider. The third strikeout for Ross.
Tonight on Fox Sports San Diego, Padres POV presented by Sequan Casino is back. Coming up, the crew gets fit as they check out the Rock and Roll Marathon. Plus, join the Chargers for a dodgeball tournament supporting a great cause. After School All-Stars of San Diego tonight on Fox Sports San Diego. A great show.
Zach Cozart credited with an infield hit. Ground ball deep short, and Amrista's throw in the dirt, not held by Alonso. Scorekeeper generously gave Cozart a hit. There's the slider, 0-2. Well, Ross, we've talked about it every time he pitches. His swing and miss percentage is third best in the National League. 30% of the pitches that he throws, the hitter does not make contact. Oh my, what was wrong with that one? Must have been a little low.
I guess down the middle doesn't count. Oh, around the corner.
It's a pitcher's pitch. 2-2. And now full count. Cozart fights it up. Just in case you're curious, Francisco Liriano of Pittsburgh has the highest swing and miss count, 33.4%, and second is James Shields, and Ross is third.
Yeah, we saw Liriano in San Diego.
3-2 again. Swing and a miss, and Russ has number 4. Couple of strikeouts to open the fourth. And our San Diego fans of the game.
Look at that Quante. That thing is huge.
Put the baby in there. That's like a crib.
Oh my gosh. That's at least 3 or 4 cattle right there to make that glove.
He could catch his child in that, huh?
Yeah.
First pitch strike to Schumacher. He took a third strike. First time. Inside corner, 0-2. Two-seamer coming back and biting the edge.
Beautiful pitch.
Sharply and caught by Alonso. Hey, he's got that act down. Leaping high to take a double out of the right field corner. And the Reds go in order in the fourth inning. Nice play by Alonso. Times it perfectly. We go to the fifth. By Geico. The last time the Padres swept the Reds on the road was in May 2001. During the 3 games, San Diego was led offensively by Bubba Trammell and Ryan Klesko. Klesko went 6 for 14 with a couple of homers, drove in 9 runs in the 3-game sweep. May 4 through 6, 2001. Totals after 4 tonight. The Padres 4 runs on 4 hits, have left 3. The Reds, no runs and 2 hits, have stranded 3.
Rain coming down a little bit heavier right now.
Fans come prepared here.
Yeah, big fan of the poncho.
Leading off for the Padres in the 5th, Derek Norris. He's walked and fouled out. Breaking ball outside.
I think poncho's better than umbrella, quite frankly, as you take a look at all the people retreating underneath the overhang.
It's better for the fans that are sitting around.
Yeah, you can put an eye out with an umbrella.
Well, and they block your view, too.
Yeah. Got a game break coming up, so stay tuned for that one. Giants, Phillies.
Right back to Muscat, and 1-3 on the putout of Norris. 4 straight now retired by Muscat since the home run by Middlebrooks. Here's Upton.
Hey, Dick, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it Tyson who started that game in San Diego that had the rain delay, right? So he bounced back after almost a 2-hour delay and just dealt. So maybe.
Yeah, maybe he's a mutter, huh?
Hey, the rain doesn't bother the big right-hander.
Up there in the Bay Area, growing up in Oakland, they get a little more rain than we do down south. There's a real Cal Berkeley connection in the game. Ross, of course, pitching for University of California, and the opposing manager, Brian Price, was the pitcher at Berkeley. 1 strike to Upton. Singleton scored, popped up to second.
Bob Melvin also caught at Berkeley, Cal Berkeley, manager of the Oakland Athletics.
A little sticky around the mound as Scott trying to clear his spikes. 1-2.
You see that little thing behind the pitcher's mound right there? That's a little grate. It looks like an egg carton, but those pitchers can get the mud out of their cleats.
And on the back slope, so it doesn't interfere with play. That ball driven to left center, but Hamilton can run it down. He just outsped the ball. Normal center fielder, that's a double or more to left center in the gap. But Hamilton, he has gold glove talent in center.
What a great first jump, and then the speed. This ball is smoked off the bat of Upton, and that's what you're going to get with Billy Hamilton. He can cover some ground. 2/3 of the earth is covered by water. The other third is covered by Billy Hamilton.
With an assist by Matt Kemp. So 2 outs. And here is Kemp, who made that sensational catch off Todd Frazier in the 3rd. Ground ball to 3rd. Backhand there by Frazier. And another 1-2-3 inning for Muscat. He's now retired at 7 in a row. guess you guys got bounced out of the Tilted Kilt and are back in the studios, huh? Barnhart with a line single to open the 5th inning. That's the 3rd hit off Tyson Ross, and will bring up a pinch hitter for the pitcher, Ivan De Jesus. As we check the National League West standings, brought to you by National University. The Dodgers start tonight a 1.5 in front of the Giants. Padres just 4.5 back. Arizona 5.5. Colorado creeps to within 6. So a very tight race now as we move into the early month of June. De Jesus just recalled from the minor leagues.
And Moscott on the bench here talking with Jeff Pico, the pitching coach. With the Jesus up there at the plate, my goodness, he looks just like his daddy, Ivan De Jesus, who played in the big leagues for a long time, a shortstop, Phillies, Cubs. Man. You see the numbers at Louisville?
Quick 2-strike lead for Tyson Ross. So for Moscott, slow start, walked 3 men in the 1st inning, gave up a couple of runs and a couple of solo homers, but he did his best pitching in his last couple of innings. In his major league debut, it's in 5 innings, leaves trailing 4-0. Trying to go to right field. Moscott, 5 innings, 4 runs earned, 4 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts.
Ivan's dad, thinking about it, he played for 7 different teams in the big leagues. Dodgers, Cubs, Phillies, Cardinals, Yankees, Giants, Tigers. Very good shortstop back in the day. Now passing along to his son, Ivan Jr. I love it. Dads, sons, brothers. Talk about Tyson and Joe Ross. Joe getting a start Saturday against the Cubs, the brother of Tyson with the Nationals.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. That's the 5th strikeout for Tyson Ross. How about Glenn Hoffman and Trevor Hoffman?
Absolutely. Good call. Hey, Saturday, MLB on Fox Sports 1 returns as the Rangers take on the Royals, and it's baseball night in America as the Angels square off against the Yankees. Coverage begins at 10:30 a.m. Pacific on your home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. Get your baseball fix on Fox.
Don't forget the Padres, 12:30. Back in San Diego, it'll be Cashner against young Lorenzen. Hamilton takes that 2-seamer for a strike. And Baden Hop getting loose in the bullpen. He was warming up earlier in the game.
He's throwing a no-hitter down there.
Middlebrooks creeping in at 3rd, trying to take away the bunt. And with the wet grass, it's a good play for a man like Hamilton, who runs so well. Tough to feel that bare hand and throw accurately. 2 strikes now on Hamilton.
Fastball up.
Back to Ross. He knocks it down. And he almost threw that one away. And Hamilton has a base hit.
I thought Tyson was going to pull another Gold Glove play. He did one earlier to his right.
Anyone else, he would have had time to turn and throw, pick up his target. But with Hamilton, he knew it was going to be tight. So he had to make the awkward fallback throw. And Alonso did a good job of coming off the bag and saving further damage. Barnhart goes to 2nd. And Brandon Phillips, the leadoff man's the batter. Phillips has struck out and singled. Infield will set for 2. Well, we have Mascot on the bench and Mascot in the stands.
Good luck sitting behind Mr. Red with that cabeza he's got.
But those stitches have healed nicely.
They've been in a long time, haven't they?
Well, it's the look.
Nice mustache.
The old Cincinnati Red Legs of yesteryear look. And one.
Oh, for the double play ball. That's what Tyson Ross is looking for with Brandon Phillips up there. He's grounded into 3 this year. The leader in that category for Cincinnati is Todd Frazier with 6.
Money hitter, though, 306. Runners in scoring position on the year. Crowds the plate, as does Votto, who's on deck. A slider at 89. Phillips very deliberate with making Ross wait here. Ross been ready to pitch for 10 seconds. Now he finally settles in. To hit the corner with a fastball. 2-2.
This Red Legs team is tough to double up. They're ranked 4th in the National League, grounding into double plays, 4th fewest. Only grounded into double plays 33 times. The Pirates lead, and they've only grounded into 29 double plays, the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Barnhart at second, Hamilton at first. And the count goes full.
Oh, good recognition there by Phillips on that breaking ball.
See that sequence of pitches, almost every one low and outside. You almost have to try to give him something to hit here. You don't want to walk him and bring the tying run to the plate. Votto is next.
Let's see if he throws him a slider for a strike. He threw it 3-2. Or 2-2 to go to 3-2, so no reason why he doesn't have the confidence to throw it here.
He walked it. There's a hit on the count, 2 strikes, and now the bases are loaded. That's been the bugaboo for Tyson Ross all season. The base on balls, 3 today. Loads them up.
Well, he went with a 2-seam fastball at 92, but just yanked it a little bit for the walk.
Reds with their best opportunity here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Loaded up for Joey Votto. 1 out. Bases loaded, a 305 hitter. Couple of slams. Starts him with the slider.
Look at the location of that pitch there, right on the outside corner. Can't do much with that one. And then he straightens him up with a 94-mile-an-hour 2-seam fastball. Did you see the movement on that pitch? It actually kind of straightened up Votto a little bit. Starting on the inside, that ended up down the center of the plate, it looked like.
2 strikes on Votto.
Inner half.
But he was ahead of Phillips 2 strikes and couldn't throw another pitch in the strike zone. To walk, the bases loaded. Single, infield hit Hamilton, walk to Phillips. And again, 2-2. So he gets ahead of the hitters, then starts to nibble. Todd Frazier on deck, their leading home run man, and amongst the leaders in the National League with 16.
I even think if Tyson threw a slider for a strike, he'd get Votto here. That one he tried to entice him to try to swing at it down and in.
Ground ball foul.
That was the slider I was just talking about, Dick. Out in front of it a little bit, but caught more of the plate. You got to be careful, you can't hang it. If that's starting at the knees and going below the knees, he's going to have some success.
The Reds are the worst in the major leagues, hitting with runners in scoring position, only 199. Padres hitting 272 by comparison. 2-2 again. Ross Tabado. And there it is, a base hit to left field. That'll score 2. Hamilton racing around third. Venable gets it in, and it's a 4-2 game. Votto delivers. 29th and 30th runs batted in this year.
Well, Tyson Ross quickly gets ahead with the first pitch slider, and then it's the two-seamer that kind of straightens him up a little bit. Now he's going to try to throw something close to have Votto and Tyson to swing at it. But Votto's such a good hitter, good recognition. He lays off those 2 pitches. That's the one he had him out in front a little bit. Now watch this next pitch. That was a slider. Another slider that catches too much of the plate. Tried to backdoor it. Stayed on it nicely. Amarista playing over towards second base a little bit. Shot it through that hole on the left side.
So Barnard, who singled to open the inning, scored, and Hamilton behind him to cut the Padre lead in half. Darren Ballsy on to talk. First and second, still only 1 out here in the Reds' 5th inning.
That was a good at-bat, Dick, by Joey Votto. He hung tough there.
Todd Frazier steps up. He's flied out and robbed of a hit by the right fielder, Matt Kemp. Could be the top 3 catches all season long for the Padres. Sensational diving somersaulting catch. That saved a run back in the 3rd inning. Fastball strike. And here is that catch. I don't know, even seeing it there, how he could get the glove on the ball and hold on to it. Sensational. Tip of the cap and high fives around for the Padre right fielder. One strike pitch.
Mentioned it earlier regarding the leaders in categories. Todd Frazier leading in grounding into double plays with 6. Leads the Reds.
Once again, Ross jumps in front of the hitter. 2 strikes. He was 0-2 to Phillips, 0-2 to Votto. Couldn't put either man away. The fact that Norris was able to throw out Phillips trying to steal third, a double steal, has tempered perhaps the running game of Cincinnati. Got him. Back to the slider. 6th strikeout for Tyson Ross. 2 away, and the batter is Jay Bruce.
Well, that's the slider for a strike that Frazier has difficulty kind of opening up that front side a little bit. Big pitch, big situation, runner in scoring position. Watch the front side of Frazier just open up a little bit too much and kind of reaching for that ball. Hips, shoulder, open up, one-handed.
The powerful Bruce is fly to left and struck out. Amarista ducking in behind the runner at second, so Ross will back off. Seven home runs for Bruce this year.
Well, there's a slider, and how often has he used the slider tonight? Let's take a look at the pitch arsenal. Breaking ball 57% of the time. Coming in hot, coming in heavy with the breaking ball, the slider. Fastball, two-seamer at 43, and no changeups.
Fouled at the plate. Bruce course, was injured last year and played in only 137 games, so his home run total was down 18. But the preceding 5 years, 25, 32, 34, 30, 22 home runs. Another 0-2 count to start the hitter. Strike three called. He froze him with a fastball. Ross strikes out the side, 7 in the game, but the Reds counter by cutting the Padres 4-0 lead in half on a 2-run single by Joey Votto. We've completed 5 in Cincinnati, 4-2 San Diego.
Forward to 2, and Clint Barmas' home is in Southern Indiana, just about 4 hours from here. And he got to meet with a special group of little leaguers that were in town from his hometown here playing a tournament. So he met with them during pregame today. First chance out on the East Coast, so a couple guys getting to bring their families and friends here. Jed Jerko has some of his family in from West Virginia. Darren Balsley, some of his from Knoxville, Tennessee. Even Will Meyer's grandparents drove up from North Carolina just to watch his batting practice today.
Yeah, that's part of the joy of being a big league ball player, to be able to bring in not only your family but your fans.
That's great. You see the expressions on those kids' faces as Clint Barmas was signing those autographs, looking at a real life big leaguer right in front of him.
New pitcher is Burke Badenhop. Our pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford.
Well, Burke Badenhop really hasn't had the best numbers as you take a look. High on the walks, high ERA, this being his 18th game. Been around the block a few times. And Badenhop, two-seamer slider, changeup, 86-90. See if the Padres can get to him and add on after the Reds scored 2 in their bottom half of the 5th.
Yonder Alonso will start it, then Middlebrooks and Spangenberg for the Padres.
The last half inning, Frank Garces and Sean Kelly were warming up in the Padres bullpen. Last half inning.
Alonso walked with the bases loaded in the first inning to knock in a run and grounded to first his last time. The bullpen, described by some of the media here in Cincinnati, has been a disaster. 4.53 ERA. 1-1 now to Alonso, with the exception of Aroldis Chapman. When they get to the 9th inning, the closer, and the fireballing Cuban, that's another matter. But it's been the other members of that bullpen have been far too generous. Change up on the knees, 1-2. Badenhop is 32. Another off speed. 2-2. signed by the Reds a 1-year contract in spring training.
Buddy Black right there looked like a little kid wanting to get a ticket to go and see the ball game.
Yeah.
Didn't he?
Not whole game, huh? He's eager for the Padres to try to get one or more of those runs back scored by the Reds in the last of the 5th. Padres still in front, 4-2. And another foul.
Stay tuned. We've got a game break coming up. Cubs, Nationals. I'm going to let you know what's going on in the nation's capital.
Started to play tonight. Washington had relinquished first place to the Mets. Mets lead by a half in the East. The Cubs are 7 back of St. Louis in the Central. Another foul off the head of the bat. And a closer look at the NL East. Mets, after leaving Petco Park as the Padres took 2 out of 3, have moved up on Washington as the Nats lost last night. Atlanta's only 3 back at 26 and 27. That's a tight race as well.
Even at 7.5, Miami, you never know what happens there.
And another foul. Steady diet off speed from Badenhop.
He generally likes to keep the ball away, Badenhop does. As Will Middlebrooks waits on deck.
Middlebrooks with a solo home run his last at bat. He also has a sacrifice fly, knocking in 2 of the 4 Padre runs. Seventh pitch of this at bat. And it's rolled to the right side. Phillips there in the hole. Toss to first for the out. That's now 8 men in a row retired by the pitchers for Cincinnati. And we remind you of closed captioning brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. I got a little bit of that caught right there in that back right molar. But it's a Wiener Schnitzel if I ever saw one. Good eating. Middlebrooks sacrifice fly with the bases loaded in the first, then the home run to right center. And here it is, in case you are just joining us.
First pitch fastball. Taking it the opposite way. You bet.
8th home run of the year for Will. 1-1 the count.
Well, you see the second at bat, the home run. He likes the ball down in his hot zone. He likes it down the middle and get extended just a little bit, but also throwing the head of that bat down and in. It's exactly where that home run pitch was.
90 on the fastball. Badenhop. Dodgers, who lost last night to St. Louis, entertain the Redbirds tonight. Dodger Stadium, that game later. He went. And that's the first strikeout for Badenhop. And 9 in a row now. Padres have gone down in order.
Badenhop going with the slider there, perfectly located at the knees, just off the plate a little bit. Will Middlebrooks had to protect there.
Spanchenberg has walked and flied to right center. So since Middlebrooks' home run with 2 outs in the 3rd, it's gone quiet. Padre bat rack. Not now. It's a line drive base hit for Spanchenberg. Over to cut it off is Schumacher. And Spanchenberg has the 5th Padre base hit. 2-out single.
And we mentioned the first pitch hunting Will Middlebrooks earlier with the home run. Corey Spanchenberg, first pitch, taking it the opposite way nicely.
Amarista has popped it up twice to second and to shallow left. Spanchenberg, a threat to steal, but it's a tacky track with the light shower we had a little bit ago.
Alexi's got a
And it's raining again.
Yeah, Alexi's got to attack that baseball in the top half of the baseball. 2 pop-ups tonight. Thinking line drives, hot grounders. And once again, Hamilton playing very shallow in center field.
Padres looking for a win to move that record up to 500. To stay in touch with the leaders in the NL West.
Would be a bad idea to put Spansburg in motion here.
That's what they're thinking. Barnhart calls for the pitch out.
So if they think he's going, might throw over here.
This is a throw over. Saw the thumb. That used to mean something else way back.
Yeah, flip them, right?
Yeah. High and tight and even higher and tighter.
Yep.
Some of the raindrops falling on our field microphone. 1-1. Drive into the left field corner, and that ball is going to fall up against the wall. Running all the way is Spangenberg. He's got to hurry now. They're going to come up with the relay, but the relay throw is off, and he scores a big run from the bottom of the lineup. A single Spangenberg, a double Amarista. It's 5-2.
Clutch 2-out hit. Clutch swing for Alexi Amarista, taking Badenhop the opposite way. Now that's getting on top of the ball a little bit, but with the way the defense was playing there, Schumacher can't get to it. And it looks like they're bringing out the Tarps.
Well, that's in the visuals of the bad book, the bad book visuals. The tarp coming out on a baseball field. But apparently there's news from the weatherman that this isn't just a casual shower, that it's more rain is coming. That was predicted. Not heavy rain, but heavy enough now that it's impacting the play. You saw Spangenberg skidding around the bases. It's a slow track. But he was able to score, and that was very timely. A 2-out single and a double Amarista to bolster the lead, 5-2. And weatherman is predicting that the rain should end in 45 minutes. So not serious, but delay of the game.
Now let's take another look. It's worth another look. The ball off the bat of Alexi Amarista. 2 outs, clutch hitting. Badenhop trying to go up on him. And with the way that they were positioned, Shoemaker cannot get to it. That ball slicing off the bat. And Corey Spangenberg coming around to score. And Alexi, you betcha. Clutch 2-out knock.
This experienced grounds crew having trouble getting the tarp in place. Still haven't been able to get that one corner covered, and here's a second try.
You got to go back to tarp school. You got to get some air underneath that thing and push that thing that way. There you go. Now they got it.
Job accomplished.
So I got rain delay at 9:01, Professor. Marked it down in my book. 9:01 is when they called it.
2 outs here in the 6th inning. Bases now have a man at second base. Amarista after the double. Tyson Ross is used to this sort of thing. He sat out almost 2 hours at Petco Park in a rain delay. So we'll sit tight here. We'll come back as soon as the rain allows. But in the meantime, they're back from the tilted kill. Where do you see these guys, Mike and Mark, when we come back?
Fans very patiently waiting for the rain to hold, and Tyson Ross the same, and long enough rain delay that Tyson Ross won't be able to continue pitching after his 5 innings of work. The score is 5-2 Padres. Amarista with a double at second base when we resume play with 2 outs in the 6th inning. And that takes us to our Harrah's game summary, and this is how this contest to open the 3-game series unfoiled. Young Moscot in his major league debut was wild in the 1st inning. A couple of singles and 3 walks, one of them with the bases loaded. Alonso sacrificed fly Middlebrooks, and the Padres had a 2-0 lead back in the sunny early goings of the game. And then a couple of solo home runs for San Diego in the 3rd inning. It was 2nd inning. It was Will Venable, his solo of 4th of the year to make it 3-0. And then in the 3rd inning, Will Middlebrooks went to right center field. Number 8 for the Padre third baseman, and Tyson Ross and the Padres had a 4-0 lead. In the bottom of the 5th inning, the Reds struck. A couple of singles, and with the bases loaded, Joey Votto driving one through the left side, and it cut the lead to 4-2. But in the top of the 6th inning, after a single by Spanchenberg, Amarista sliced one into the left field corner, a RBI double, and that's when the rains arrived more seriously and play was halted. So it's 5-2 San Diego. And a pitching change. Badenhop was on the mound to give up the run in the 6th inning with 2 outs now. J.J. Hoover, right-hander, will take over. It appears Dale Thayer will relieve Tyson Ross in the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Boy, a couple of things really stick out as we take a look at J.J. Hoover. Throws about 92 to 97 on the fastball. It didn't allow a run in any of his last 4 appearances. He hasn't allowed an earned run since back in April 21st. So he's got a nice string going. See the splits. Lefties 154, righties 156. How about the defense and the catching of Derek Norris? Matt Kemp makes a spectacular play for the Padres. Derek Norris does a nice job of throwing out a runner at third base. So a couple of nice plays for the Padres in this ball game as well.
And Tyson Ross went 5 innings, 2 earned runs, 5 hits, 3 walks, and struck out 7. And his swing and miss slider was prominent again tonight.
Well, he had it working. Quickly ahead 0-2 to a lot of hitters. A couple of times he had trouble putting them away, but a nice night all in all for Tyson Ross.
So we're set to go, and Abraham Almonte is going to bat for Tyson Ross, with Amarista at second base and 2 outs here in the 6th. That run belongs to Badenhop. After he had retired the first 2 men, Alonso and Middlebrooks, Spanchenberg and Amarista, 2 left-handed hitters, went the opposite way and produced a run. Good partnership. Almonte takes strike 1.
I got an hour and 9-minute delay.
All right, I'll buy that. If it weren't for the fact that delayed a baseball game, it was a very, very pleasant precipitation.
Yes, it was. It's good for the earth. Good for the air.
It certainly did freshen things. Inside with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. 7 rain delays so far this year at the Great American Ballpark. Tom Brenneman, one of their fine announcers here, commenting that when the team's on the road, it's nothing but sunshine after sunshine. You'd think you're living in San Diego. As soon as the team comes home, they hit the tarmac, it starts raining. 1-1. Almonte at 175, 4 for 26. Left-handed, that's 154. Good swing. High fastball.
Well, we saw a clutch hit off the bat of Alexi Amarista scoring Corey Spanchenberg. How clutch would it be here for Abraham Almonte to bring in Amarista, possibly change places with him? 2 outs, he'll be off at the crack of the bat.
Breaking ball hangs high, 2-2. Will Venable, leadoff man with a home run tonight, would be next. So some of the fans decided to head for home rather than sitting out the rain. Thinned considerably. Hung one there.
A lot of the pitches from J.J. Hoover have been up in the zone as you take a look at the Fox tracks. Nothing down around the knees. Everything's elevated.
Hoover was drafted by the Braves back in 2008, a 10th round pick. Didn't pitch in the big leagues with Atlanta. This is his 4th year with Cincinnati. And another foul. Good at bat for Almonte. Spoiling a lot of pitches. Hopefully getting one he likes and drive in. Amarista from second.
And I know I've mentioned it a couple times, but Billy Hamilton at center field is playing a shallow center field as Barnhart goes out to have a chat. There's Billy Hamilton playing shallow out there.
With his speed, he figures that he can race back and take care of balls hit over his head. The two tonight over his head went all the way into the seats for home runs. He did make a great diving catch of a ball hit by Upton in left center field. Two and two. Excuse me, foul. Ninth pitch of this at bat coming up. Popped up on the infield. Shortstop Cozart takes charge, and the inning comes to an end. A run on 2 hits for the Padres, middle of the 6th, 5-2 San Diego. Dale Thayer comes in from the pen. 24th game of the season. Matches Brandon Maurer for the most times on the hill. Done a good job as always. Dirty Dale. Cozart, Schumacher, and Barnhart bat for Cincinnati in the bottom of the 6th.
I smell a nickname, Professor. Remember Dick Tidrow?
Yes.
His nickname was Dirt. And Since you dropped a dirty Dale Thayer, I think Dirt would be a cool name for Dale Thayer.
It's a compliment.
Yeah.
Lifted to right toward the line. Long run for Kemp. He's going to get there and makes the catch in foul territory for the first time. You know, it's a upside down world of lexicon of baseball. You call somebody throwing dirty. I mean, that means tough stuff.
Absolutely.
Right?
It's a term of endearment. No question about it.
And for a relief pitcher, especially to be called dirty, they like the long hair and want to look like they just got out of bed and angry. Maybe don't. Ooh, good looking pitch at 93. Frank Garces. The Padre pen. Willie Blair. 1-1.
Nice change up there by Dale Thayer. Last time Dale was out on the hill was on Tuesday against the Mets.
Schumacher against Ross struck out and then was robbed of a hit, an extra base hit on a leaping catch by Alonso of his line drive. When he's at 93, he's usually at his very best.
Pedro Villarreal, a right-hander, got called up today. A lot of transactions going on with the Reds. Iglesias on the DL. Jason Marquis was DFA'd, designated for assignment, basically becoming a free agent. And then Villarreal called up.
As was the starting pitcher, John Moscott, who worked 5 innings, allowed 4 runs on 4 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts.
Dale Thayer pitching him away big time. You can see by the Fox tracks, brought to you by Southland Technology. And with that said, the defense. Justin Upton shading over towards the left field line, and Will Venable on the shortstop side of second base.
Line drive, foul. Hit well, but about 10 feet foul down that right field side. Well, he finally came over the plate. And Schumacher pulled the trigger, hit it hard. Walked him. 1-out free pass. We'll bring up Tucker Barnhart. Ross walked 3. None of the 3 scored, but it did set up the scoring inning. As the walk to Phillips loaded the bases, and Votto then singled in 2. Barnhart ground to short and single to left, so he's gone the opposite field both times. Way upstairs. The pitcher's spot is next. Shallow and left. Amarista out. In comes Upton. He drops the ball. They still have the force at second base, and Venable backs up the play, and they get the out. So Upton with Amarista. A little ninja was right there in the ointment. But they get the force anyway.
He's waved off, but Upton keeps coming. He may have been communicating to him, and with the runner on first base, that's the old fielder's choice.
For the second out.
8-4.
Negron. Christopher Negron to pinch hit. So J.J. Hoover faces only one man, and he's out of the game. Out of play.
Not too many times you see the 8-4 put out. Right?
No.
On the fielder's choice.
But Schumacher had no choice. I mean, he had to play it halfway, and the ball was so shallow in left field, and Venable doing a great job of pouncing on it quickly, and gets the 8-4 put out. 0-2 now to Negron. He's had only 64 at bats with 8 hits, so 125.
Boy, a lot of pitchers been up from Dale Thayer. But the double barrel working in the bullpen now. Joining Pedro Villarreal is Jumbo Diaz.
And he used to be truly jumbo. Lost 100 pounds, and he's still a big man. Strike 3 called. He went to the slider and froze Negron for the final out. First strikeout for Thayer. We've completed 6 innings here at the Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, the opening game of the 3-game series, and the Padres enjoy a 5-2 lead. Brought to you by Saquon Casino, only 25 miles from Petco Park. By Jack in the Box, try the new Double Jack today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Sony, the leader of 4K Ultra HD. Look from the Kentucky side across the Ohio River, downtown Cincinnati, and the Great American Ballpark. Accommodates around the same capacity as Petco Park in the 42,000-43,000 range. And here is Villarreal, called up just today from Louisville, the AAA ball club for Cincinnati.
It's nice to see some Padre faithful here rooting on the Padres' first game of the road trip. Villarreal. Fastball, slider, cutter, change, 90 to 94. Always working out of the stretch.
Strikeout, home run, ground out to short for Will Venable. Ground ball right side, but Phillips can get there, and the All-Star flips it backhanded to the pitcher in time for the out. Razzle-dazzle stuff from Phillips. That's almost a toss on a double play by a second baseman to the shortstop.
Yeah, he could flash the leather with the best of them.
And Villarreal getting over there in time for the 4-1 putout.
How about leading him perfectly? Look, as soon as he touches that bag with his right foot, Villarreal catches the ball in his glove. Votto is veering off to get out of the play.
Brings up Derek Norris, a walk and a foul out, tap out. Off the plate, 1-0. Second on the team in RBIs with 34. That leads the National League catchers in RBIs as he leads in doubles, extra base hits, and caught stealing. And he drives this one to deep left field, and he is going to touch them all. Derek Norris, the third Padre home run tonight. number 6 for the Padre catcher. And a 6-2 lead when he finds home plate. And more votes should be stuffing that ballot box for Derek Norris and the All-Star game to be played here in Cincinnati.
Oh, you'll get burned every time with the 1-0 hanging breaking ball. Derek Norris, the leg kick, kind of like starting a motorcycle. He's going to rev it up. And with that sound there, sends it out of the ballpark. Perfect timing, hands were back, locked and loaded.
The Padres all season long have been working on a deficit, as you see, 96 plus miles an hour at contact. Been working in the minus pool in terms of their home runs compared to the opponents. The opponents have hit 68 home runs coming in, and the Padres only 43. But they've hit 3 tonight. Upton, ground ball to short, goes hard across the way, 2 away. And Matt Kemp will be the batter, 1 for 3 tonight.
Well, Derek Norris is just so even keeled. He can ground into a double play. He can hit a home run. He's going to be the same when he gets to that bench because he's got a job to do behind the plate. Strap back on the gear, help out the pitching staff, call a big league ball game.
Kemp singled in the first inning and made the outstanding defensive play in right field tonight. And that's going to make all the highlight reels. Talk about a tumbling circus catch. Oh, and 2. Tomorrow our TV time is 12:30. 12:30 tomorrow. Cashner against young Lawrenson of the Reds, a rookie right-hander from Southern California. So pitcher from Pepperdine tonight, and Moscott and Lorenzen from Cal State Fullerton tomorrow afternoon. 1-2. Brandon Maurer now getting ready.
Well, with a big rain delay like the Padres experienced, an hour and 9 minutes, you really got to stay stretched in that clubhouse. Whatever your routine is, guys are probably taking some hacks, getting stretched out in the trainer's room. Got to be ready to go once they pull that tarp.
2-2.
And for announcers, you hit the ice cream machine. Shh. At least 2 times.
That's only because you have to wash down the hot dog.
I forgot about that. That's right.
2-2. Did he go? Yes. Second time Kemp was struck out. That's it for the Padres in the top of the 7th. But thanks to Derek Norris, his home run, 378 feet, finds the seats in left field. The Padres' 3rd solo of the night, and they now lead 6-2.
cleaned really well.
I don't.
What if you saw the guy that had it on before you and knew what he was doing in his hotel
That
room?
would be a different story. Now, that brings up a question. If you saw me walking out of a room that you're going to be in, would you wear that robe after I left the room?
You know, you're a good, clean, well-dressed man. I'm sure you take care of your hygiene well. I probably would.
Fooled another, eh, Mud?
Yeah. Well, what a great interview. We talked Louisville, we talked horse racing, we talked baseball. Sean Kelly. Stay tuned for Padres Live, the postgame show. Nice little interview with Sean, talking about a little bit of everything and anything.
Get to know the right-hander from Louisville, site of course, the Churchill Downs and the Kentucky Derby. You have to be a horseman. Brandon Maurer takes over here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Hamilton, then Brandon Phillips and Joey Motto scheduled. By hitting Hamilton 9th, you move your best hitter, in that case Joey Votto, into the 2nd spot, so that your lineup starts at number 9. Hamilton has an infield hit tonight. Ball chopped third base side of the mound, and Tyson Ross tried to scramble after it, but threw wide to first, and Hamilton with his speed beating it out. There are the base hits, the 5 hits for the Reds tonight, all singles. Two and 2. 96 on the Maurer fastball.
Well, stay tuned. We got another game break coming up. Marlins, Rockies from the Mile High City. You are not going to believe who's at it again, Mr. Enberg.
Let me guess. Does he have kind of an Italian first name?
And he can hit the ball a long way, so stay tuned. Game break coming your way.
In Colorado, he might get one to Pikes Peak. Soft fly ball to center. It's hanging up there, and Venable makes a sliding catch. Just as Hamilton robbed Justin Upton earlier in the game, does Venable run down that drive for a base hit. Boy, the Padre defense has been spectacular tonight.
Timing it just perfectly and picking it off the turf in right center field. We've seen Will Venable do that many times. Kemp's doing it in right field. Venable. And this could have been nasty, because if this ball gets by Will, Matt Kemp was doing everything he could to try to back up.
Yeah, if that gets all the way through to center field, that's an inside the park home run with Hamilton's speed.
Beautiful.
Boy, stay tuned, if nothing else, just to see a recap of all the outstanding defensive plays tonight on our post-game show. First pitch at 96 to Brandon Phillips, who has walked, singled, and struck out. Kemp out there crooning away. Swing and a miss.
I'll tell you what, you talk about a guy who likes to have fun in the clubhouse. You know, sure, Matt's struggling, but you know, though, inside it's got to be eating him up a little bit. But you know, you can't be hanging your head when he's out there. He's trying to put together good at bats. And Dick, you mentioned it. We saw it. He's not taking his bat out to left field. He's making some spectacular plays all season long.
And his personality isn't in a slump.
Yeah, that's for sure.
He's showing off the fans who he is. Just check that name back there. 2-1. Somebody's riding him over there in the bleachers.
Well, he knows how to work that crowd.
So Phillips is now 2-2.
Still got to knock off the Eaton.
Apparently a rather hefty fan is riding our right fielder. Another foul. No more eating.
No more. Push away.
Yeah, there's the gentleman that are trying to get into his bonnet. Ground ball to short. Amarista charges and on the run gets the out. 2 away as Phillips is gone. And here's Votto with the bases empty.
Nice play on the transfer there by Alexi, as they're still giving it to Matt down the right field line.
Stop no more, but he really is loving it. Votto walked twice and knocked in the 2 runs with a bases loaded single in the 5th inning. So he continues to be one of the best in the league on base percentage. In fact, his career on base percentage, .415, is the #1 active on base in the National League. Ten home runs this year, 31 walks, 30 runs batted in. Big man that chokes up on the bat. Tony Gwynn didn't swing it right from the end. Didn't he give up a little on the bat?
I think Tony gave up a little bit.
Just missed. 2-2. Keen eye.
Votto get right back in there.
Wasn't that close. He was leaning out, looking for something away, almost stepped into it. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and Mauer takes care of business in the 7th. 1-2-3 go the Reds. Will Venable helping out with a sliding catch in right center. How did he get there? Oh my, the Express. Yeah, it's a can't miss, Mike. Thank you. As we work our way into the 8th inning, Alonso, Middlebrooks, and Spangenberg for the Padres against Villarreal. Gave up a home run in the last inning to Norris. Villarreal drops that one in there. 1-1. Alonso walked with the bases loaded in the first inning for an RBI, his 12th. Grounded out to first and to second since. Well, the rain sent some of the Reds loyals home early, but nice turnout. 33,381 at the start. Good baseball town. Always has been.
Oh, yeah.
That one's going to fall in left center field for a base hit.
Alonso joins the parade. Everyone in the lineup now with a base hit except the pitcher. Well, Tuesday, July 14th, that's the date for the Midsummer Classic right here at Great American Ballpark. 5th All-Star game that has been hosted by the Queen City. 38, 53, 70, and 88. And then, of course, next year, July 12th, mark it on your calendar. I know some of you have already made sure you're going to have tickets for the All-Star game at Petco Park.
Love the All-Star game. How about going back as a kid? You had baseball practice, and then you couldn't wait to get back home to see the All-Star game on TV. It was the highlight of the summer.
8 hits now for the Padres. Middlebrooks homered to right center field. That was back in the 3rd in the 1st inning with the bases loaded, a sacrifice fly, and he struck out. A couple of RBIs to boost his total to 26. That matches Matt Kemp. Ooh, up the middle, and there's Phillips.
Backhanded flip for a double play. You talk about defense. And it's a Houdiniac by Phillips. He knows it was good. That only takes a base hit away from Middlebrooks, but able somehow to scramble and get a feed to shortstop Cozart for the 4-6-3 double play.
Well, there's a reason why Brandon Phillips is a Gold Glover. My goodness. Hey, Rocky, watch me pull the rabbit out of my hat. We've seen this a lot from Brandon Phillips. My goodness.
The fact the ball hit the mound slowed it up a bit, but take nothing away from Phillips and his dexterity. Man, yep, I'm good. He doesn't get those Gold Gloves collected for nothing. So 2 away. Spangenberg lifts one to left field, and Schumacher goes back for the catch, and that's it for the Padre 8th inning. It'll be Todd Frazier, Jay Bruce, and Zach Cozart for the Reds. By Mercury Insurance. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com and see how much you could save. And by Petco. What we feed them matters. With Mark Graham, Chris Budden, Dick Enberg, pleased that you've stayed with us through this Friday night action from Cincinnati, including the rain delay. And stay tuned for Padres Live, the postgame show. So much to assimilate: scores, highlights, and more highlights, plus that interview with Sean Kelly and some insight on the right-hander.
Terrific show right after the final out here at the Great American Ballpark.
This has been one heck of a ball game, and the Padres lead by 4. So enter Joaquin Benoit, your 8th inning guy. Great splits for the veteran right-hander.
Todd Frazier starts it for the Reds. He's flied out twice and struck out. One of those outs, the sensational tumbling catch in right field by Matt Kemp. Got a highlight reel game here tonight. Pulled foul.
Last time out for Joaquin was Tuesday against the Mets. It's amazing. He's limited opponents to a 135 batting average this year.
There's that sinker.
Look at that 135 batting average. It's the lowest average of any major league pitcher that faced 80 or more hitters this season. He's in what they call a groove, Professor. Right? Just like Brandon Maurer. Just like Dale Thayer. Some good arms out of that Padre bullpen.
April's a little shaky, but that bullpen's living up to all the expectations now. Low. Count goes 2-2. Helicopter flying overhead. Their MLB hired a helicopter to take some shots of downtown Cincinnati and the ballpark for their promotion of the All-Star game. Backs him all 3-2. So Frazier, Bruce, and Cozart in the 8th for the Reds. Padres leading 6-2. Giants have won in Philadelphia 6-4. Lincecum getting the win. Dodgers are underway against St. Louis in the 3rd. They lead 1-0. Foul back.
Ooh, 96 on the heater for Benoit.
Arizona trailing the Mets 2-1 in the 4th in Phoenix. And Miami with that 6-1 lead at Colorado. Well, today's game is presented in HD by Sony 4K. Dave Roberts looking really cool in Sony 4K.
Oh, he's
smooth.
Cool
Lots of
as they
O's.
come. Yeah.
Lots of O's in his smooth.
How many O's?
That's about a 5.
Yeah.
Smooth. 3-2 to Frazier. That's off first base. It'll be into the seats behind the dugout of the Reds.
Hey, another reason why you want to stick around for Padres Live, the postgame show, because Sean Kelly made a prediction on the Belmont Stakes that is coming up.
Oh, so it's
he's made a prediction, so he's got some insight. He's a horse guy, so you want to stay tuned for that.
Belmont Stakes tomorrow, the French Open Women's Championship from Roland Garros tomorrow. But more importantly, Padres and Reds right here.
You betcha.
12:30. Another foul, same spot. Boy, that's almost identical.
Hey, our own Chris Budden and I had a discussion yesterday. You know, there's apps on phones for everything. She said there's an app on the phone now you can get for every ballpark that will give you seats where the greatest chance to get a foul ball.
I'm guessing down the left field corner of Petco, it must be pretty high on the list. Okay, the count's
pretty interesting.
Still 3-2. Line drive to left, but it's right at Upton. And at the edge of the track, he backhands it. One away. Well, fans, speaking of great events, Thursday, June 18th, it all begins, an American tradition here on Fox and Fox Sports 1. For the very first time, the greatest golfers in the world converge on the Pacific Northwest for a chance to stamp their names in the golf history books. And it'll be right here on Fox and Fox Sports 1. Exclusive coverage of the 115th U.S. Open Championship live from Chambers Bay Golf Course. Begins June 18th. High fly ball foul. Jay Bruce has flied out and struck out twice tonight. Did 5 U.S. Opens, and memorable ones they were, especially the 95 at Shinnecock. Corey Pavin, Rancho Santa Fe, won that. And of course, Payne Stewart winning at Pinehurst. And then just a few months later, Payne Stewart was gone. Beat Phil Mickelson in a gloomy, wet day. Dramatic win. Running into the arms of his caddy. Ground ball to Alonso. A lot of overspin. Alonso's going to beat him to the bag for the second out.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres that may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
Benoit with a couple of quick outs, and here's Zach Gosart. The infield hit, a strikeout, and a foul out. If you're just tuning in, the Padres, always a good sign, scored early, and that first inning has been their best of the season. They scored 2 more tonight, 42 runs in the first inning on the season. Bases loaded, walk Alonso, and a sacrifice fly Middlebrooks against the rookie right-hander John Moscott in his big league debut. And then Venable solo homer in the second, Middlebrooks solo shot in the third to make it 4-0. Amarista, a 2-out double, knocked in Spangenberg for the 5th run, and the 6th came in on Norris's home run to left field in the 7th. Joey Votto's bases loaded single in the 5th knocked in the 2 Reds runs. Hit well to center, not that well. I guess he got into his hands a bit, and Venable with the easy catch. And Benoit retires him in order. We go to the 9th. And let's check in on the balloting for the National League starting 9. And St. Louis Cardinals again own that left side with Holiday in left, Peralta at shortstop, Carpenter at third. Bryce Harper is the top vote getter. Stanton, Giancarlo with another home run tonight in right. D. Gordon, no argument there. Miami at second base. Adrian Gonzalez certainly deserves the nod at first. Buster Posey behind the plate. Hey, you compare Derek Norris's numbers with Buster Posey, and you got an argument.
Yeah, part of being a Padre fan is to vote for your Padres that you love. So get to the ballot box, get online. You can vote up to 35 times, and more importantly, All-Star Game in Cincinnati right here, July 14th on Fox.
Jumbo Diaz is the pitcher here in the 9th inning, his 24th appearance. 6.43 ERA. He's had a couple of rough outings to get that number that high. Native of the Dominican Republic. Jumbo is indeed 278 pounds of him, and he lost 100 pounds.
Really? That's like the Queen Mary losing a suitcase. He is a big boy. He can get up there around 100 miles an hour.
Amarista will start it, and then Jan Solardi's in the on-deck circle. And will hit for Joaquin Benoit. reached an RBI double the last time.
Diaz, four-seamer, slider, two-seamer, change-up. High 90s, always working from the stretch.
Up the middle, shortstop Cozart behind the bag, gets him by a strike. Here's Solarte. Jan hitting .257. Got .280 from the left side, where he's hit both of his home runs and knocked in all but 2 of his 24 runs.
There's James Shields holding court with Josh Johnson, Ian Kennedy, Matt Kemp.
First ball swinging and a nice 2-hopper to Phillips at second. 2 away. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, the Reds have Schumacher, Barnhart, and the pitcher's spot scheduled. Will Venable struck out, solo homer, grounded to short, grounded to second, and made an outstanding defensive play in the outfield. .7 on that strike. Garza's been up a couple of times. Looks as if he's going to get the call in the 9th. And not Craig Kimbrell. Two strikes on Venable. 6 runs, 8 hits for the Padres. 2 runs, 5 hits for Cincinnati. Up the middle, deflected by Diaz, but no play as the shortstop Cozart comes in. A kick saved by Diaz, but an infield hit for Venable. Only Padre with more than 1 hit then is Will Venable, the only player in the game with more than 1. Derek Norris walked and scored in the first, fouled out, tapped to the mound, and homered this last time, number 6. .98. That ball by Venable on the second look wasn't off Diaz. It just appeared to be a shot in the box, but really was a jam job that was a short parachute over the pitcher's mound. That was almost a headshot. He had me backed it up.
He got in his kitchen big time.
1 strike to Norris. They play him straight up. Venable bluffs, taken outside, 1-1. Time for our Cholula flamethrower.
Well, with Jumbo Diaz out there, my goodness, what in the Wayne Gretzky is going on? 99 out of the hand of Jumbo Diaz.
Water.
2-1 to Norris.
That's bringing it.
I want to see you sometime and get some of that Cholula hot sauce. Just take a spoonful and just. I want to see you do that. It's not that hot, huh?
Are you going to have the milk there waiting for me when I need it?
Is that what you're
to
supposed
cool
to
it down?
drink? Is milk?
Yeah.
Venable goes. Ground ball. Oh. This one does hit Diaz. He makes the save and gets the out. Boy, they're going after Jumbo. Thank you. I'm still here. And we've had some good ones. No risk making the put out there at third base. But here's the catch of the game. I think the best catch of the season, maybe with Will Venable's steal of a home run in Dodger Stadium. Venable's made several like this. They're all outstanding, but we've seen it before. But the tumbling catch by Kemp and how he's able to get that glove on the ball and hang on to it was really spectacular. Our Bill Howe plays of the game. Big D defense from the Padres. Mr. Casual, it's okay. Give me a high five. I'll give you more. Kemp's still in conversation long range with two of his favorite fans here in Cincinnati. Yeah, if that doesn't make the highlight reel, the Kemp catch, then I'm not going to do water polo anymore.
I think there's a safe bet that will make the highlight reel.
So Frank Arces gets a chance to close the door here on this 6-2 game. He'll face Schumacher, Barnhart, and a pinch hitter in there with a left-handed batter, Schumacher, and he takes ball one. Barnhart's a switch hitter. That's a strike, 1-1. Brian Price, the manager of the Reds, still has the switch hitting catcher Brian Pena and Brendan Bosch.
The last time out for Frank, remember, it was against the New York Mets.
That ball hit well to left field. Upton chased back. Oh, he overran it. And Schumacher pulls into second with a double. It looked as if that was going to carry all the way to the wall, and that's how Upton judged it. So he turned his back on it and raced to the spot. But that time the ball started to die on him.
Dick, you're absolutely right. He thought this ball was hit much harder, and by the time he turned around, first of all, you got to turn around. Then he takes his eye off it by turning around, and then by that time realizes it's not hit as hard. Feet come right out from underneath him. The wet track out there in the outfield.
So leadoff double is how you scored. First extra base hit for the Reds tonight. And here's Tucker Barnhart, the catcher, switch hitter. 1 for 3, hitting left-handed. And Pena, Ryan Pena, is in the on-deck circle.
And that's a ball after looking at it where it hit. A ball that should have been caught in left field. Just a bad route. Bad read.
Line drive to Upton, and he has to come in on this one and makes the catch. One away. It's getting late, Justin says. Yeah, quit hitting these tough ones.
Oh, he slipped a little bit and then regained his feet. Oh, good for Justin making the adjustment there for the out. He's kind of got that look out there, and the way he's kind of, the body language, kind of like, wow, what's going on?
Part of the thinking of Bud Black bringing in Garces, you turn around the pinch hitter, hitting right-handed Pena 216, left-handed 318. Chopper up the middle, Amarista. Oh, that took a bad hop. That's a great play by Amarista. He's figuring that ball's going to bounce up around his shoulders, and it just died down at his waist. Good hands. And over to third, Schumacher down to the final out here in the bottom of the ninth.
You got that right, Dick. This ball, watch, he's going to his left, and then he hits the lip of the grass. Now he's got to make an adjustment. Remember, as an infielder, it's always easier to stay down and come up on a ball. When you have to go down on a ball, it's much tougher, but Amarista makes the adjustment and makes a great play out of it.
Billy Hamilton turns around, hits right-handed for the first time tonight. He's 1 for 3. And denied a hit on that sliding catch by Venable out in right center field. Hamilton hitting right-handed, 250, left-handed 209. So his stronger side. Runner at third, 2 outs, and 1-1 the count. On his fists, 1 and 2, and the Reds are down to their final strike. Hamilton, one of the many players throughout baseball history, a speedster that is naturally right-handed, and somebody down the line saying, hey, if you really want to make it to the big leagues, you got to switch hit. You got to hit left-handed too with that speed. And it certainly, I think, is part of his story, as I recall, back a few years ago. They encouraged him to switch hit. Fly ball to center. Venable's there. And the ball game is over. The Padres using great defense, 3 solo home runs, and the pitching of Tyson Ross in the bullpen come away with the victory. The final score, San Diego 6, Cincinnati 2. And now to Mike Pomeranz.